Hello, beautiful people. How are all of you doing today? On this ugly ass looking, gray as fuck, it feels like you're in a 1930s black and white movie type sky Thursday morning. Hello, how do you do, chat? Oh, he shaved? That's old news, buddy. Bucko. Oh shit, my resin is capped. Ah! Quick, uncap the resin. Am I an idiot, chat? I am. If you look like a young person, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it. I'm sorry. Okay, we're definitely gonna need to do this. You're a great streamer, thank you. I appreciate that. I envy people with more, so do I. We're gonna run out real soon. Do you regret shaving? Yeah, I'm gonna grow my beard back. Where? How am I consistently broke, even though I have Battle Pass and 100% everything? Skill issue, I guess? I suppose? Right. Oh, we got a fucking exercise redeem. But I'm not fully awake yet. I don't want to do it. Ugh. You just wake up? Yeah. I'm still veg. My sleep schedule is back to being a little fucked. That's okay. It is what it is. I suppose. Were you playing Balatro? I did play a bit of Balatro, yeah.
Place in my heart.
Alright. No goals, but that's okay. The cam is over, suppose. Yeah, I don't know how to fix it. Maybe should we just do this? Oh. That was easier than I thought it would be. Cool. Cool, 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 cool. Alright, chat. Let's go do the best part of the stream. The moment you've all been waiting for. We stare. You know what? I feel like today is actually gonna be Pound. I was wrong. Understandable. Have a nice day. Alright, what do we got here? Chief Norse God. I'm guessing this is gonna be 10 or 1 ounce. Dozen. That's correct. Hit the hay during the day. Nap. Give up. Required number. Unzip. Puts a cold pack on. Ice. Ices. It is. Wait. Okay. Why is this giving cracking the cryptic? Why are there shapes? I know, right? Alright. My favorite doll now. Blank is the blank of the blank of blank. It's a long name. Could it be Alhytham? It could be. It's the right amount of letters for Alhytham. But in the past, I don't know. Alhytham ain't saving no one, true. Good point. Who else could it be? Within the blank? You have any other ideas, chat? Anyone else it could be? I'm gonna guess I'll hype him. Never mind. I was wrong. It's Risley. Wait, does Risley fit? No, he doesn't. Risley doesn't fit. Fuck. Because Fortress of Meripede fits here, but Risley doesn't. What about Siege Win? Wait. How do you write Siege Win? Is it like this? Dude, I'm actually goated. What the fuck? Holy shit. Holy shit. Easy clap. You and Lahaithon, basically the same person? Very true. Let's do the Genshin duel. We start with balls. It's not a balls day, but that's okay. Now we go Nahida. Let's try a character released recently, like Kachina. It is a Nutland character released after Kachina. Maybe Chaska, I think? I think it can be Chaska. Could be Auron, I suppose. It's not Chaska either. But it's a Claymore character, so it's Mawika. Yeah. It's close, dude. What the fuck? Oh, Claymore is Kanich? It couldn't be Kanich because of Dendro. Talking makes me tired. Talking is hard, but I have to try. That sounds like Chi-Chi. It's not. Lila? Todd? What? Who's the sleepy waifu who's a man? I guess he's a sleepy waifu who's a man. No. Who the fuck could it be? Huh?
Talking makes me tired. Talking.
Okay. That's Charlotte. Charlotte, more like harlot, am I right? I've been reading a manhwa that uses like really old vocabulary lately. And it's so funny seeing characters seriously say like harlot, trollop. It makes me fucking laugh every time, man. Trollop. Name? I don't remember what the name is. It's not all that good, so I don't mind. Alright, it's not Bald Day today. That's fine. The Win character, released not too long after Bald. That means it's gonna be really easy, doesn't it? Poho? Poho has the same mat, I didn't know. Black Swan, perhaps? Yeah. Yeah. Why are the bad guys always using good swords? Why can't the bad guys take bad swords? Who the fuck else is about swords? Blade, but Blade would never say this. Maybe Hunt March is about swords. I don't fucking know what she's like. Brenna Larson. I don't know who that is. This voice line is too specific, though. Like, it has to be a character I don't know. Because outside of Yunsing, no one else is like a sword simp. Is she a sword simp? She looks like a sword simp. Yeah, okay. Because I remember looking at her kit while she was in beta. And I remember it being like, wow, that's a lot of swords. Yeah, her abilities have names like Slash and shit. Bladeborn Quake. This one has a blade as the icon. This one has a blade as the icon. Eh, whatever. Look at the new character kits. Daily quote. No, we did the quote. Daily ability. I don't know who that is, chat. Oh wait, no, that's Black Swan, isn't it? Right, it's the thing that refreshes, that automatically applies her passive to new enemies, right? I remember seeing the animation being like, whew, with a card. A shield. This could be a few characters, but it was Japar. Alright, time to Ben. Not Ben. Oh. Well, that's gonna be easy, isn't it? Is it gonna be Anton or Grace? I think it's 50-50. It was 50-50. Where? Bro lost his chance at a Ben Day? Shut up. Shut the fuck up. Wait a second. Jamie made a video really similar to what I wanted to do. Fuck. Dude, what the fuck, Jamie? Why'd you steal my video idea? And post it before me, and record it before me? That's really mean. Why would you do that?
I'm never late.
Oops. I have Sugar's C5, should I build her? The nice thing about Sugar's is that she doesn't really need to be built. I'll show you what my Sugar's is on right now. Wow. Shouldn't she be on Noblesse? I mean, I always play her with Bennett, and Bennett is on Noblesse, so ideally I'd have her on the healing set, not Noblesse, but... I can't be bothered putting her on the healing set, so... So she isn't. But honestly... maybe I should put her on it anyways. Maybe it's time to go farm a little bit of the healing set. It doesn't really matter that much what I have, I just need to have HP main stats, but I don't think I have those right now. Yeah, I don't have one for this. I do have one for this. I do have one for this as well. Although I kind of want crit rate circlet, maybe. So I can proc the Fav reliably. Alright. I guess I should level this to 4, just to see if I get crit rate. I do. Nice. Oh. That's nice. Two max rolls of crit rate so far? Whatever. I'm not expecting to get all lucky. Just a bit of luck is enough. Blood HP is fine. Right? That's fine. I'll take that, honestly. It's not amazing, but it'll do. So, Shawai's does have a decent amount of hits, and in most teas where I play her, I don't even care that much about proccing the Fav, so I don't think I'll go crit rate circlet. It would be nice if I get ER on it. Let's feed a plus 20 into it. Just level the event HP weapon, true. I actually could do that. But I'm gonna run out of Mora, man. No, I don't want to feed this. I could feed this, though. There's no Geo character that wants Emblem, and even if there was, this isn't that good to be worth using as an off-piece and locked. So, we can use it. Crit rate. Crit rate? No, whatever. Unlucky. Ideally, I'll crit rate and HP percent. We don't have any of those. Suppose I should level this, see if it rolls crit rate. How much HP do I have right now? I have over 40k. But in order to get that, I do need a bunch of HP rolls. So I do think I need to level something that has HP on it. Alright. Maybe this one rolls HP. Nice if it did. Huge. Very big. Alright. The only bad roll here is crit damage. Like, flat HP is not as good as HP%, but honestly, it's good enough. Like, I'll take flat HP. Even if it rolls only into flat HP, I'm pretty much gonna be at 40k. So as long as it doesn't roll into crit damage. I don't mind being a little bit below 40k if it means crit rate for fav reliability. I'd rather be at 40k, but it's not the end of the world if I'm not. But for crit damage, that would make me unhappy. I don't think this is good enough. Sorry, Kave. At least we got that. I guess I should check if this rolls. You're right. It didn't. Alright, I'll level this one, I guess. Or I guess maybe this rolls HP%. Alright. Child, we're out of Mora, by the way. Like, we're running out again. Is bad. I'm never gonna fucking use this again, dude. Crit rate or HP? I'll take that. That's good. Alright, so we're still just barely above 40k on 5. 30% crit. Not that much, but it's enough. Would I rather get this to R5 or this to R3? Or R4 or this to R3? I don't really care for now. Alright. And now I want to level these a little bit more as well. Because now that I'm on the healing set, the amount I'm healing actually matters. And we need Mora.
Show me your move. Everybody stand. You get to work. Suffer the wrath of pyroclastic surge. Let's have some fun, shall we? Well played. Right this way. War's over.
Poor Moe. What an awful showing that was.
What's this? Fight. Teamwork is strength. Lolly, Papa. Wrath from the sky. Let's have some fun, shall
Why didn't she get her thing? Why didn't she... What? Got staggered out of skill. Oh, really? I did not notice.
Full throttle. Right. Let's light it up. Everybody, get to work. Pyroclastic surge.
Alright, Chevaleuse, where are you?
Oh,
There you are. Big. I think I'll do one more. I'll get it to 9. That means a lot more Mora. Oh.
all right. Show me your move. Let's finish this fast. Go in. You're fulfill our pact. You two. Cut. That was light of the blazing sun. Show me your move.
What will it be?
Off we go.
A lot more Mora. Man. Man.
Adventure time. Let's run. Watch out, or you'll get singed. Let's light it up. Teamwork is show no mercy. See, Laline, pyroclastic surge. Watch out, or you'll get singed. Cool it down a notch.
Alright, that's the end of our daily resin spending. We still don't have enough to level Chevaleuse 8 and 9, but that's okay. Okay. So I want to check something. I want to check actually how much of an increase it is. Probably going to be relatively minor, but it is what it is, you know?
By royal decree. Hands where I can see 'em. Drop your weapons.
So 5.5k on a crit.
Off we go. Let's light it up.
Wait. Have I not waited long enough?
Wings start.
3.5. Yeah, whatever. I can't be bothered. Cal kit? I kind of can't be bothered. I know it's not that big of a deal. It's gonna be the equivalent of like 20% attack, pretty much. But it's okay. That's still nice.
Transfixed. Going in. Oz reveal fight. Justice will prevail.
did that very poorly. Gotta wait for fucking stamina. Alright. Let's do the exercise redeem.
What could the children be up to?
Oh.
Never mind. Let them do as they please.
Everybody stand! By royal decree!
Okay, how is the fucking tracking so bad today?
Teamwork is hands where I can see 'em. Stop right. Everybody stand! Drop your weapon! Odds, repeat!
Do you still like TF Kazuha? Not nearly as much as I used to. They never give us fucking AoE content.
That come
Or
from?
groupable content anymore.
Light it by royal decree. Final warning. Teamwork is strict. Justice will prevail.
Is it just me or is my crit RNG like omega fucking awful today?
Going in. Stop right there. Odds reveal
Like, this doesn't feel like 80% crit rate. This feels like 60. Maybe I accidentally replaced some stuff. No, I didn't. Okay. Makes sense. Makes sense. Understandable. Have a nice day.
teamwork is teamwork. By royal decree. Final warning.
That was pretty bad. That was awful. Wow.
I'm going in. Hands where I can see 'em. Teamwork is strict. Final warning. Odds reveal that.
I don't know, man.
Overrule everybody. Stand back. By royal decree.
Definitely could have done better.
Teamwork is tricky. Stop right.
Damn. Could have done a lot better there. That was awful.
Drop your weapons. Laid to bed. Let's light it up. Teamwork is hands where I can see 'em.
Okay. Fuck you. I pressed E. I don't know why my E didn't work, but okay.
On, reveal the
Is EM useless in Overload? No, but it's not as good as attack. Anyways. Let's play this team in, like, real content. That doesn't get 75% damage bonus.
burn it down. Animal tech 6308. Fulfill our path. You two. Wrath from the sky. Incinerate. Right. Stand clear. Absorb you. Get to work. Suffer the wrath. Light of the blazing sun. Stand clear. Eat Laline. Eat Papa. Pyroclastic surge. Incinerate.
It'll do. It will do. Oh, that was not it.
Final warning. Laid to bed. Let's light it up. I'm going in. Justice will prevail. Stop right there. Cut wings.
Oh no, that's bad. Oh, whatever.
Overruled. Everlasting as the moon.
Good enough. That was way fast shield breaking. Yeah, as it turns out, when you have a fuck ton of pyro on your team, shield breaking goes bleh.
Rise of brilliance. Animal tech 6308. Think, fulfill our path. You two. Light of the blazing sun. Incinerate. Incinerate. Full throat. Absorption test.
Do I have it in time? Yeah. Huge.
Transfix. Everybody stand back. Huh.
Laser bear.
Teamwork is strict. You asked for it. Nano race.
What? Oh, that was fine, I suppose.
Let's light it up. Everybody, drop your weapon.
Laser bear.
Teamwork is strict. Hands where I can see 'em. Wings.
Okay. Breaking this vote shields is so bad. I suppose it is.
Stand clear. Fulfill our path. Keep lolling. Light up the blazing sun.
Rise with the sun.
Absorption test. Get to work. Suffer the wrath.
Pyroclastic surge.
Fuck.
Animotech 6308. Absorption. Fulfill our path. Keep lolling. Eat papa.
Light of the blazing
Oh, well.
sun.
Oh well. Alright, what's this again? Right, it's Papilla.
Everybody stand back. By Royal, final warning.
Transfix.
Let's light it up. Teamwork is. You asked for it. Everybody stand. Final warning. Hands right.
I was in the middle of a dash. Whatever, dude.
Stand down. Stop right there.
God, I got murdered. I got murdered. That's okay. But yeah, still a very strong team, obviously. Feels good, man.
Adventure time. Add as. Thank you for. Add as.
Official eternally underrated, yeah. One day people will stop underrating her, I believe. Also, Virtus and Hood actually feels so nice to use in this team. Like, bro, you actually get pseudo grouping in your overload team. It's so nice. Like, it's not great grouping, but it's enough for like the first wave, right? With the Yumkasaurs or the Ictinosaurus or the Schwanoan Beast, and it's enough for all of them. And it's such a big deal, actually. What does Iridescent Hunt even do? I'll show you. It does this. Oh, what I wanted to do. Better grouping than Yuma Glorb Glorb, true. But yeah, like you can actually trigger overload and keep them somewhat grouped, which is real nice. And like showing it in action again, there is. It's Pog for the Ictomosaurus as well? Yeah, it is. Bro. That one up a little. Can you activate VV with that bow? No. You need to trigger Swirl to activate VV, and physical damage can't trigger Swirl even if it looks windy. No, that'd be a little too good. Alright, chat. Let's take a look at Jamie's video.
Farina is rerunning next patch 5.4 phase 2. I did something similar with Cos.
Jamie's a fellow Farina hater, right?
Azuha back in 4.5, where we went through a bunch of different DPSs that you might be playing, whether I think you should consider getting Kazuha.
What do you mean, fellow? I fucking hate Farina, dude. Bad character, bad unit, bad everything. True.
Or whether it's debatable whether you shouldn't. So I thought we could do the same thing with Farina and help you decide if you should consider going for her. The thing is, like, regardless of wherever I put something, ultimately you could decide whether to get Farina or not. For example, like there's the no tier, which basically is that there's no correlation between playing that DPS and whether Farina affects them or not. There's no synergy between them whatsoever. So is there an example? Honestly, Farina is not a very good example because there's always some sort of synergy. Okay, let's just say Ganyu, or let's just say Arlecchino with a C0 Farina. So like characters like this, you could say there's like no relevance with Farina, but you know, this is just like a suggestion video. I'm only really giving suggestions. So even if there's no relevance, you could decide, you know what, you want to get Farina for your other team, or you want to get Farina for vibes, or for the overworld, or for something else, whatever. So this is just mostly just about like considerations. Some people like Ganyu, Farina, Bennett channeling. I'm going to be honest, I have not seen anyone play that apart from the YouTuber Jello Impact. I have never seen anyone ever play that, and I have no idea why he plays that team. No offense, of course. Yes, it is to absolutely consider. Where I think, you know, if you play that DPS, that they're a very good
The direct call out have me die, bro. That's a fucking stray if I've ever seen one.
duo
Holy.
together. So it definitely is worthwhile considering getting Farina for them. There's like the debatable tier, which it's hard to really pinpoint what debatable means.
Wait,
but it's
actually,
kind of, we'll
should
we'll get
I
into-
should I make my
it's
own
hard
version
to
of
really
this before we
consider
watch the
this
video?
for anyone.
Okay, so this is supposed to be empty. Okay. So what was this? Oh yeah, okay. He only did it for the characters he plays? Well, I'll do the same, but I play most characters. It's just there's some I play a little bit less. So he has absolutely consider. He has empty. He has debatable. He has wouldn't as many teams. I don't know what that means, but that's okay. And we have no. I just want to go to an example of each. Let me just quickly go to the first moment in the video where he has one in every category. I guess, okay, this is... Okay, I understand. So basically, this tier is for characters where one of their best teams has Farina. But Farina isn't necessary for them. This is for units where one of their strong teams has Farina, but it's not their best team. And this is for units where, like, you can play them with Farina, but their strong teams tend to not have her. And this is going to be for when their best team has Farina. And it's better than the other options. That makes sense. Okay. Let's put all the carries we want to talk about in here. To start with. So I'll rename them. Best team needs Farina. Or not needs, but like almost needs Farina. Farina teams are some of the best. Farina teams are strong. Farina teams are weak. Alright, so we have Diluc. I guess we also want to include the carries that don't use Farina at all. But how do I talk about units like Fischl? Do I talk about units like Fischl? Like, what about archetypes where there's no dedicated carry? I don't know. Is Bennett carry worth talking about? I suppose he is. It's still a strong team. I won't include Fischl. Because archetypes aren't dictated by Fischl, you know? Like, you're never playing a Fischl team. Fischl's in a lot of teams, but you're never playing a Fischl team. Ganyu, Chao, Chao, Yunfei, Ella. Ayaka, Yoimiya. Raiden. Do we include Kokomi? I think we do, yeah. I think we can categorize Mono Hydro with Kokomi on field as a Kokomi team. Do we include Toma for Burgeon teams? I feel like we could, but Burgeon teams don't want Farina, so I won't. Ito. Yai. Ayato. We'll include Yelan for Mono Hydro with Yelan as an on-fielder. Right? Because it's a team that doesn't have a dedicated carry, but Farina's importance in that team is still very relevant to a discussion about how reliant units are on Farina. And so I think Yelan should be here. Hyperbloom teams without Alhaitham don't really want Farina, so I won't include Kuki. But if this was a thing of units reliance on Singto, I would include Kuki. Because Kuki is the unit I'd consider to be the carry in a double Hydro Hyperbloom team. Well, Kuki or Raiden, obviously. Anyways, Hazo. Deathnutty. Dory. Sino. We'll include Nilo teams as well. And for Nilo teams, we'll just be looking at Nilo. Are there any Nahida teams that aren't another carries teams that I would want to include in a discussion about Farina? I don't think so. There could be in the future, if we get some cool Burgeon archetypes that actually make use of Farina. But the biggest reason why Farina's not good in Burgeon is because Farina has really slow Hydro, and triggering Vape on a Burning Aura doesn't trigger Bloom, unless you've weakened the aura already. So you need to do either an Oven or a Curry team, or a Saute team. The problem is that usually the units that you could put in those teams aren't units that benefit much from Farina. And the very few that do, like Risley, are carries themselves, so I'd talk about them before I talk about Nahida. Plus, Nahida's not even that great in that team. So, yeah, let's move on. Wanderer. I don't think I'll include Farazan. I think Farazan quick swap teams are generally. I would talk about them as Hazo teams or Lynette teams, not as Farazan teams. Alhaitham. They is not real, so I'm not going to include her. I won't include Kave, but I'll use Diluc as, like, the placeholder for all the, like, Pyro-infused C6 Bennett Plunge teams. Linny, Lynette, Kamina, Evilet, Risley. How reliant is Farina on Farina? Navia. I don't think we include Xianyan. Wouldn't including healers make sense? From what I can gather, the purpose of this video is to help people figure out if they should go for Farina based on which carries they play. There's like maybe 3 people on Earth that have a favorite healer and that absolutely want to build a team around their favorite healer. And those 3 people are Sijuin mains, and they'll use Sijuin as a carry anyways. Like, there are not going to be a lot of people that just really like Mika and that want to figure out a team to play with Mika. What are these notifications? Okay. Gaming, Arlecchino, Clarend. I mean, I guess we can talk about Sijuin. I don't want to talk about Mika because you don't build a team around Mika, but like, if you build a team around Sijuin, it's the same as building a team around Kokomi. You just have more restrictions because you're not normal attacking. Anyways, Molani, Kanich, Chaska, Mawika, and I guess Yuma Glorp as well. Alright, so this is the list of characters. Yeah, let's do them in order of release, fuck it. So, Noelle is a good example of a unit whose best team, like, actually needs Farina. Noelle without Farina is kind of a joke. Because so much of Noelle's power in her strong teams comes from the fact that she can reliably full stack Farina's fanfare relatively quickly. You can play teams without Farina, but they will be significantly weaker. It lets you use Harbinger of Dawn on Farina too. It kind of doesn't. Because if you use Harbinger of Dawn on Farina, your Noelle ER requirements go up a lot because Noelle's teams don't have a lot of energy generation. So going 5 on Farina kind of matters a lot. Although I suppose if you're playing your rotations right, you can get 2 Shallonen E's per rotation. And maybe even also 2 Yelan E's per rotation. And if you're actually doing like rotations like that, you probably don't need 5 on Farina. But I think there's very few people that play like that in practice. Like, very, very few. If you are a Noelle main, you probably are doing those rotations. The thing is, those rotations don't have that much field time on Noelle. Noelle players tend to want to play Noelle, not Chilonen and Yelan. So min-max rotations that swap out of Noelle every 2 seconds, kinda, you know? Anyways. Next up is Diluc. And like I said, I'll be using Diluc as like the poster child for all the Xianyan Pyro Plunge teams. Because Diluc isn't good outside of those teams. And the biggest issue with those teams in general is energy generation, right? The teams can be quite strong, but you're very, very gated by your particle generation in those teams. And so they're not that great unless you have so much investment that you can easily one-rotate content. Is he good at C6? No. His only relevant constellation is his C1 because his C1 actually gives him some damage in the plunge teams. I guess his C2 as well, but it's less reliable. Why are his teams so energy hungry? Because Diluc's skill is bad. Diluc's skill is one of the worst skills in the game. The damage of it is barely higher than a normal attack. Right? The advantage it has over the normal attacks is that it doesn't have ICD, so at least. But it's still barely higher than a normal attack. The animation is about as long as a normal attack. And it doesn't generate a lot of energy. What that means is, if you want okay particle generation on Diluc, you have to E 3 times, which is kind of like Eing 3 times on Yai. Except, what you get out of it is garbage. It does so much less damage in the plunge teams that you don't want to waste your application on, like, either your Hydro or Pyro application on those E's. Which means they're going to be unreacted. You also don't want to waste your Bennett uptime on those E's, which means they're going to be unbuffed. And so they're going to fucking tickle the enemy. If you have constellations, his E is a little bit better. But the reality is that his plunge is so much stronger than his E that even if you have constellations, a playstyle that doesn't focus on plunge is still suboptimal by a pretty large margin. But yeah, like, Diluc's skill might actually be the worst skill in the game. Because, like, you have to understand, a skill you have to use multiple times needs to fucking make up for that somehow, right? It can't just be doing barely more damage than if you weren't using it. At least other skills that don't do that much, you only have to cast them one time. Monoskill is worse? I disagree. Heavily disagree. Lisa's skill? Okay, you could make an argument for Lisa's skill being worse. Or Baron Bunny. But, like, it's in that same realm of, like, really garbage abilities. You know? Anyways, point being, the teams that are relevant, in my eyes, for Diluc are the plunge teams. His other teams are okay. Like, you can clear with Diluc. I'm not saying you can't. But, like, it's kind of like playing Young Fei instead of Mawika, you know? Like, it's... Just because you can get 3 stars in Abyss doesn't mean that it's a team I would consider to be good or recommend to anyone, really. Anyways, so, in the plunge teams, how important is Farina? Well, she's a lot less important now than she used to be. Because of Citlali. Citlali has made Diluc's plunge teams much more chill to play. The biggest advantage that the Farina teams have when it comes to plunge teams is that you get to vape more often than you could melt, because you have faster app, and a Pyro Plunge only takes away half of a 1U Hydro Aura. But the problem is, Xianyun's Burst also applies off-field Animo, which in single target means that your Plunge will remove a bit of Hydro from the Pyro, but then remove the rest of the Hydro from the Animo. Which means you have to intentionally slow yourself down. And if you're slowing yourself down with Farina, then it's just a lot worse than with Citlali. But in AoE, that Hydro, or that Animo application will help swirl Hydro onto other enemies instead of weakening the aura, which is actually going to help you do more plunges. And so, I'd still lean more towards the Citlali teams, because obviously Citlali is also a fucking shielder, and that's kind of valuable. But I wouldn't say they're, like, as important. I wouldn't say Citlali is as important to Diluc as she is to Gaming. Because Gaming is gated by his skill animation time, and the Mantai flight animation, when it comes to the amount of plunges he can do anyways, whereas Diluc isn't. Which means that being able to plunge faster because you're triggering Vape instead of Melt for Diluc matters a lot more than it does for Gaming. Anyways, I'll put Diluc here. His best teams definitely don't need Farina, because the Citlali teams are just as good, if not better. But they're definitely competitive with the Citlali teams. Like, they're okay. Razor teams don't use Farina. Razor's best team by far is the Dendro team that takes advantage of his self-Electro up and his Electro coordinated attack on normals. And it's not even close. Now if you're a whale, you can, like, I don't know, get yourself some fucking Farina constellations and play physical Razor, and, like, sure, but, like, don't, yeah. Not ideal. You can play anything with C2 Farina? Yeah, pretty much. Alright, next up, Ning. Ning became a lot better with Shilonen. Not that Ning is all that great now, but she is a lot better now. I'd probably put her here. Like, obviously, this isn't we're not talking about their power level when it comes to their placement, right? Like, the reason why power level for Razor matters is because his base kit's power level is really bad and he has good synergy with Dendro teams. So it's not a matter of like how strong he is overall, it's a matter of one of his teams being much stronger than the others, right? But just overall power level in general doesn't matter that much. I'd say that Farina is fairly solid in Ning teams. The biggest reason why Farina's not that good in Ning teams is because Ning's damage isn't big enough to fully capitalize on Farina's damage percent buff. And so it's easier to justify replacing Farina for another damage dealer. But she's still part of some of Ning's best teams. Next is Bennett. Now, some of you guys might be wondering, why is Bennett here? What the heck are you yapping about, Zajef? I'm talking about Bennett carry, right? Bennett carry is very unpopular because Bennett is so fucking broken, and he's better as a support than as a carry, and in order to play him as a carry, you need to have him on a carry build, which is different from his support build, and we don't have artifact presets. So nobody wants to fucking play Bennett carry because nobody wants to spend 3 hours gearing every fucking day. Okay? But Bennett carry is still actually good. The biggest upside that Bennett carry has over other teams, or over other carries, is that you effectively get to have one more slot on your team. You're sacrificing a little bit of damage from your carry because Bennett's personal damage will be lower than other carries, but in exchange for that, you effectively get a free Bennett on your team. Right? If Bennett is your carry, that's one more slot you can dedicate to a support. And so Bennett carry teams are effectively teams where you're using Bennett along with multiple off-field damage dealers, ideally ones that also scale with Bennett's attack buff. It can also allow you to do, or to add other buffers in teams that have 3 units core, or 3 unit cores that actually want Bennett, like Pyro Plunge teams with Xianyun, right? You want Bennett C6, you want Farina or Citlali, and you, although I guess with Bennett it's a lot more Farina than Citlali, but anyways, you want Bennett, you want Farina, and you want Xianyun, right? Using Bennett carry instead of another carry allows you to do a different, or to instead of your carry slot, have an additional support. And in many situations, that's actually better than the other plunge teams. The main Bennett carry team I consider, though, is a double Hydro team with Xiangling. On-field Bennett with double Hydro plus Xiangling is very good. And it's a team that works quite well with Farina. That being said, it's not as reliant on Farina. And that just Xiangling carrying. Xiangling does about as much damage as Bennett in those teams. So you could say it's a Xiangling carry team, but like, it plays so differently than the other teams I usually describe as Xiangling carry that I think it's worth like mentioning in a different, like mentioning separately. Why isn't Xiangling on field in that team? Because Bennett actually does better damage than Xiangling when he's on field, and Bennett generates a lot of energy. If you do default batterying on Xiangling with Bennett, when you swap into Bennett and you E, you have to wait for the burst buff to apply to Bennett if you want your E cooldown to be 2 seconds. And a lot of the time that doesn't happen, so you end up with 4-second cooldown E instead of 2 seconds. Anyways, I'm not entirely sure where I'd put Bennett carry teams. Like, he's more reliant on Farina than a unit like Duluth that has alternatives with Sitlali. But he does still have some reasonable teams that don't use Farina. Farina's slower app means that because Bennett's E is 2 units of Pyro, right, he'll always wipe the Hydro Aura from the enemy when he E's. So if you don't have fast Hydro, that might mean you lose some Vapes on Bennett's normal attacks or channeling hits if you're using him with channeling. And so a double Hydro Core that doesn't use Farina will have more reliable Vapes. But obviously Farina's buff is pretty big in those teams, so that doesn't necessarily mean they're going to be better. In any case, I'd say he's probably here. He's like a lot closer to needing Farina than Diluc and Ning are, but he still doesn't need Farina. Alright. Next up is Kutsing. The main Kutsing teams that would use Farina are the Quick Bloom teams. And they're not actually that bad. But they're also not that good. So I'm not entirely sure if I want to put her here or here. I'm hesitating a little bit. Yeah, maybe I should add a tier that Jamie didn't have for Farina teams are like fine. I think I will. Farina teams are fine. Anyways. Next up is channeling. So, when I'm talking about channeling carry teams, I'm talking about teams that generally don't have a dedicated on-fielder and that focus the most on channeling's damage. Right? So we're talking about National. We're talking about Quick Swap channeling teams with like Kazuha or Shilonen plus Farina or something like that. And yeah, they're some of her best teams. Channeling has a lot of different teams. But if you are a channeling main, Farina is definitely one of the options you can go for. That being said, if you are actually a dedicated channeling main, you probably want to do a team where you reliably vape channeling, not a team where the reactions are kind of up in the air, sometimes from Farina, sometimes from channeling. And if that's you, then you probably don't want Farina for your channeling. But that's not to say that the channeling teams with Farina are bad. Far from it. The biggest upside of the channeling teams with Farina is that they're like so brain dead easy to play. The damage just happens around you without you really needing to input anything after you've gotten your setup done. Which tends to lead to faster clear times in practice than teams that have a bit more damage but require proper piloting. All right. Chongyun. thing about Chongyin is that his numbers are so bad that teams with Farina have Farina be, like, as a pretty significant portion of the team's damage. Which, like, is really significant, I guess. He doesn't have very good synergy with Farina, but he's bad enough that Farina can kind of carry him on his back. So if you are a Chong'in player, Farina's a unit you can think about. Alright, if you're doing cryo plunge teams, it's okay. Yeah. Klee! Klee's an interesting one. I'm hesitating between putting her here or here. When you use Farina and Klee teams, usually you end up getting forward vape Farina, not vape Klee. And so the question becomes, is Farina's personal damage plus buff bigger than what you'd get out of other units that don't enable reactions for Klee, right? So you're comparing her to units like Lolly. And the Farina teams are stronger. But I don't know if they're stronger enough to justify putting her here. I think so. But you could very easily argue me, or you could very, very easily convince me otherwise. Says the biggest buff is giving Klee a usable artifact set. Yeah, that's true. That definitely helps as well. For real, for real. Child! No. What the fuck are you doing, buddy? Bucko. Child is balanced around his elemental application. If his hydro application isn't helping you, and you're not vaping his burst, Child is an awful unit. Don't do this to yourself. What the heck? Ganyu! Yeah, no, that's gonna be a no as well. Like, technically you can play Ganyu teams with Farina. You can play Ganyu Freeze if you want, I suppose. But I don't know, man. It's not ideal. Isn't Farina in her best freeze team? I mean, Farina is also in, like, Rosaria's best freeze team, I suppose. But is that a good reason to play freeze Rosaria? I don't know, man. I don't know about that one, Chief. If Morgana would ever be good again, would you play Farina over Mona? I I guess so, yeah. Who would you use as a second cryo, though? Yeah, I guess you'd use Charlotte. So it's Charlotte, Farina versus, like, Shenhe... Shenhe Mona or Shenhe Kokumi? Meh. Wouldn't Jean plus Shenhe work? But if you're not playing Venti or, like, at the very least Kazuha, why the fuck are you playing Freeze Ganyu? That's the problem. Yeah. So yeah, she's gonna be here. Chow! Chow definitely goes in here. Chow teams do want Farina, but the gap between Farina and other alternatives is actually not that big. Farina in Chow teams doesn't have that much personal damage. Because, I mean, you have two options, right? Either you put someone on VV, but that means your Chow is doing less damage, and your VV uptime is only going to be 50% anyways, because you have to stay on Chow for a pretty long time, so you can't refresh your VV. Right? Or you don't put someone on VV and you put your other units on, like, Song of Days Past and TOM, right? Either way, the amount of damage you're gaining from Farina being there from her personal damage isn't that significant. And Shao is a unit that gets a lot of damage percent to begin with. And who has an actual good artifact set already, so he doesn't benefit as much from Marechaussee. That's right, I'm saying positive things about Vermilion. That's crazy, isn't it? But yeah, so a lot of the things that Farina usually provides to carries, Shao doesn't really care that much about or benefit from very much. And because of that, while Farina is good in Chao teams, there's a lot of anti-synergy, which means that the units that are providing a bit less aren't that far behind. Using Bennett instead of Farina in a Shao team with Xianyun is very similar, and it's often gonna take the same amount of plunges to kill an enemy. And then using Bennett Xiangling is also a pretty strong option for Shao. Got an exercise redeem. What's up, Limbo? But if you're using Xianyun, then why not just use Farina instead of Bennett? Because, I mean, you can, and it's ever so slightly better, but not that much. I wonder if they have the different Chow teams with, on GC Sim. Hmm. These Sims look scuffed. Oh no. C0 Farazan here. Non C0, but there's something fucking deeply wrong. Oh, right, it's not Farina. Okay. Here, that's signature. Okay, I guess this is probably the one we want to look at. I guess. Oh, but why is Bennett on Fav? That's not optimal, for sure. Man. Just change it. But they probably have the things, like the stats adapted to a Fav proc. Or like if I change this to Sapwood. Probably gonna, yeah, delay an elemental burst. We're running into some issues. And it's mostly on Bennett though, so as long as we just add a bunch of VR onto Bennett, yeah, like, what is this? Whatever. We're gonna cheat a little bit. There's definitely still something wrong. Wait. Oh, he's still on 5. I guess I'm kind of curious with Aquila. Yeah, that's definitely wrong. What the fuck? Okay, there's probably some burst delay as well that it's not, but it's not big enough to show as an error message. Ugh. I really can't be fucking bothered with this shit. Yeah, it's like it's almost showing up. Yeah. Man. Anyways, this isn't a video, so I don't mind not going too much in depth about it. But if you look at Chow's personal damage, right? 54k here with the properly set up Farina team. Also about 50, 53, 54k here in the scuffed energy Bennett team, so it should be a little bit higher. Otherwise, if you don't scuff things like things are currently scuffed right now, it's not Golden Troop. Yeah, because Golden Troop is worse. Yeah, I added ER Barrel Jellyfish. Bennett is not the problem right now. The problem is that we're a little low on particles for Shao most likely. But anyways, I don't care that much. Point being, Zhao's personal damage will be a bit higher in these teams with Bennett. Which is also going to scale better with vertical investment. On like signature weapon and Shanyan. And it's a bit better in AoE because Farina's damage doesn't really hit AoE. And like it has some AoE, but it's not that big, so a decent portion of her damage will only be hitting one of the enemies. And we also gain some damage from swirls in AoE in this team. It's not that big, but it's not insignificant. Like, this team has... I guess it's not that much. 500 DPS-ish. So we get like 1k additional DPS here from the Pyro Swirls. Not that big, but it's not like completely nothing. Anyways. When it comes to Xiao's teams, you'll generally get more of an upgrade from getting a Constellation or a Signature on Qianyun than you would from getting Farina. But that's not necessarily what we care about. We just want to know how reliant characters are on Farina. And Xiao's teams are better with Farina, but she's really not as necessary as I think a lot of people think. Anyways, hi Jamie. Alright. Hu Tao. The biggest thing that Farina provides to Hu Tao is a lot of comfort. Hu Tao's non-Farina teams are actually still fairly solid. But the strongest non-Farina teams tend to be the VV Vape ones, which are fucking rough to play. Else with 50% HP, she doesn't. Because you don't play Farina without a healer. And if you have a healer, you're not going to be under 50% HP. The biggest bottleneck to Farina's synergy in Hu Tao teams is that Farina doesn't work as solo Hydro, which means you have to play double Hydro, which somewhat hurts your flexibility in Hu Tao teams. Does that mean that the teams are bad? No. No, the teams are still very good, and I'd say they are Hu Tao's strongest teams. But I don't think Farina is as important to Hu Tao's teams as she is on Noelle or Klee teams. She goes here. Next up is Yun Fei. It works. Yanfei, like Hu Tao, applies too much pyro for Farina solo hydro to be enough. So if you want to use Farina in Yanfei teams, it means you're either not playing reactions, which is fucking stupid, or you're playing double hydro. The main reason why I don't love Farina in Yanfei teams is because I don't love Vape Yanfei teams that much in general. But I suppose it is what it is. It's not like it's bad. But I'd generally rather play her in Overload if you have Chivalrous. I know there's some people that are playing her with Citlali now. I'm not convinced about that one, personally. Yanfei doesn't feel the best in Melt teams because of her Ascension passive. I wish you could just disable her Ascension passive. She might actually be better if you could. Right? Because Yanfei's Blazing Eye. When charge attacks deal crit hit to opponents, she'll deal an additional instance of AoE pyro damage. But this additional instance of AoE pyro damage doesn't share ICD, which means it applies an additional instance of pyro, which means 07 Cryo Aura. And it doesn't do enough damage to be that valuable. So go 0% crit build. True. But yeah. The Farina teams are strong, but they're not the only strong Yanfei teams. And look. I guess she goes here as well. The Illa Mika teams are fake as fuck. It's not that they're fake, it's that no one has Mika. And definitely no one has Mika C6. Yeah, like, they're fine, but they're not that great. They're just okay. I guess I should probably put her here, actually. Next! Ayaka. Honestly, I don't love the Ayaka Farina teams. They're, like, they're fine. But the main issue is that we don't have good cryo healers. And Ayaka solo cryo is kind of fucking scuffed. And Ayaka is fairly reliant on groupers. So you really want an animal unit. in the freeze teams. I wouldn't put Farina Ayaka teams in the same tier as Nyla. This is not a list of how strong those teams are. It's how reliant on Farina the carries are. But yeah, like, Charlotte's just not a very good unit. In order to generate decent particles, she actually needs to spend a decent amount of time on field, which is kind of not ideal. And she doesn't really do anything outside of healing. Like, sure, she has TDDS, which isn't completely awful, but that also means you have to adapt your rotations to her. And that means you can't swap into Charlotte as part of your setup unless you're ready to Ayaka burst, which makes it harder to get a cryo swirl. It's cringe, basically. You can also ditch the Animo unit and use something, or use an Animo unit that doesn't group, right? And use something like Jean or Shilonen. But it becomes really, really difficult to get a cryo crystallize in those teams. If I remember correctly. I want to double check though.
Get to work. You two.
Oh, we got one. Oh, shit. Massive.
Time to shine. Bring it.
We didn't get one this time. I guess with Seed Lally it's easy because Seed Lally applies a lot of cryo in here. But if you hit a frozen enemy with Geo, you get a cryo crystallize, or is it only if you have an underlying cryo? Nah. You don't. Okay. You don't need it every 8 seconds, you need it every 15 seconds. I mean, sure, but it's not like you have an opportunity all that often. And it's not like you want to have to swap back to Shilonen if you missed it, right? It's not as big of a deal with Shilonen as it is on Animo units, but also Animo units with 2U, or Animo units don't shatter, which means they can actually swirl cryo from a frozen aura. Anyway, it makes it kind of more cringe over more than one rotation. And more importantly, freeze teams shine against freezable enemies, and freezable enemies tend to be AoE content. And AoE content really likes grouping, especially in freeze. Anyways, all of this to say, the Farina teams with Ayaka, like, they're completely fine. But they're not the Ayaka teams I'd recommend if you want to play Ayaka. Alright, next up is Yoimiya. I think she goes in that same tier. Yoimiya is less reliant on reactions than a lot of other pyro carries. And her vape teams are like fine. Like they're not bad. But how do I explain this? Bennett, Yoimiya, Farina, Lanian is Yoimiya's new best team. Oh boy. Pyro Swirl setups with Farina, aware. Fucking aware. I mean it. Ugh. Can you just Bennett EQ and one swirl? Yeah. But if you do that, that means one, you're not swirling Hydro, and two, you're swirling. Well, I guess. I guess it's not that bad. Yeah, I guess it's fine. It's the same kind of cringe as with Shenyun teams, though. But it probably is doable. Here, nice vapes. Bold W. We don't talk about the level, like, fucking 50 sack bow, though. We didn't get it. Didn't get it. We got it this time. Huge. Oh, did we get it the first time? Maybe we did. Because the damage didn't look much higher the second time. That might have been because we had TDS on cooldown or something. Let's try with a real weapon on her though. I'm still on 2Bs, which is like kind of a big deal, but it is what it is. You're just doing first chamber, yeah. For now. Shouldn't have done that, actually. What? I guess I was trying to look at the aura and I didn't notice I was dying. Oops. Fuck. Right.
That's gonna hurt in the morning. My name echoing song. Going in.
Fuck. No, I canceled too early. Fuck. I think C1 and absorption carries. Yeah, the C1 is a massive deal in these teams for sure. It seems somewhat reliable. I don't hate it. Is that Rust? No, my Rust isn't leveled. It's Skyward Harp.
Stop right there. Justice will. Time for a light show. Here come the fireworks. Final warning. Everybody stand. Shadow Raven. Fuse is lit. Hands where I can see 'em. Let's light it up. Going in. By royal decree, time for a light show. Close the ship down. Off we go. Stop right there. Teamwork is trim.
Oh fuck.
Justice will.
No.
Fire hazard.
Didn't have enough ER on official. I forgot you gave me energy generation is a little bit more scuffed. This was like about as fast. like, by the way, for context, where's my yeah. Okay. So power damage, I'm gonna have like around 60. Damage percent. Hmm. Oh. Um. And I guess. Our resonance. God bless. Those. Bennett. But. So yeah, this is my current build, right? This is how Shimenawa's Yoimiya, with double crown would be hitting, without the Abyss Blessing. So my build is like about as good as a properly built Yoimiya without the blessing, right? Like my Yoimiya build isn't the best, don't get me wrong, but the blessing is pretty much exactly enough to balance that out. Right? Like, it's a little bit lower, but you also have to understand that my artifact quality on fucking 2piece is gonna be a lot higher, so. Anyways. Point I'm making here is just, while my Yoimiya build is far from a great Yoimiya build, she's about as strong as a good Yoimiya build would be in an Abyss that doesn't buff her normal attacks. I'll be right back. Alright, I've returned. So, Yoimiya has a bunch of, like, okay teams. And the Farina teams aren't really particularly better than the other ones. But I guess with Lanyan, there actually is a better argument for using her in Yoimiya teams, because it means that you can more easily slot in a good shielder in her teams, which is something that she's always struggled with. The shielder you have access to just tended to not be that good. So I guess with Lanyan, she goes up to here. All right. Next up, Raiden. So I'm a Raiden hater when it comes to non-hyper bloom teams. She's fine, but it's really nothing more than that. You can play her in teams with Farina, and they're strong, but they're not really the teams I'd recommend for Raiden. They're okay. Kogami! Yeah, this one goes here for sure. Kogami teams are like very reliant on Farina. A very large portion of Kogami's power budget is in her healing. And her healing is quite good. If you're playing Kogami as like your on-fielder in a team, you're generally either playing Mono Hydro or Phaser. And in both of those archetypes, you kind of really want Farina. Ito. Ito's like Farina reliance kind of emerged as a byproduct of Shilonen being released. But Shilonen preventing you from using a third Geo unit is actually a really big deal for Ito teams. It effectively means that you can't play a triple Geo Ito team with Farina. Because you don't have a good healer that actually works when you have Farina. Unless you have C2 Shilonen. Which is like, yeah. And so you end up playing the double Hydro Ito teams. And they're pretty good. But it kind of feels like you're barely even playing Ito at all. Which is the biggest problem is like Ito's kind of just getting wheelchaired in those teams. It's fine, but I don't think he needs Farina. You can definitely make Ito work without her. It's just that in order to make Ito work without her, you're gonna need other good Geo units, and you probably don't have them. But, yeah. He goes here. Next up is Yai. Yai probably goes here. She's like fine. Actually, you know what? Nah, she goes here. Yai doesn't tend to be able to slot in Farina and a healer in her teams very easily. It's just hard to have 2 free slots in Yai teams for that. But yeah, I mean, it is what it is, I suppose. Ayato! If you want Ayato to feel like a carry, you can probably make an argument for having him here. But the reality is that Ayato's numbers aren't that great, and because of that, a lot of his good teams are teams where he's there just as much for his damage as he is for his elemental application. Teams like Hyperbloom, often also teams like Nilo if you want to play him in Nilo teams. Teams like Curry, or sorry, not Curry. Teams like Soup. And in those teams, you don't play Farina. But the Farina teams are still fine for him. They're just not like amazing. Next, we have Yelan. So Yelan here is there to represent Yelan in teams where you are on-fielding Yelan. We're talking about the fucking what used to be the Thunder Soother Yelan teams, but is now the Maréchaussée Yelan teams. And yeah, Yelan, if you want to use Yelan as your on-fielder, the difference between having Farina and not having her is going to be very, very, very massive. So it goes here for sure. I suppose that doesn't include the Hyperbloom teams. But those Hyperbloom teams where you're like quote-unquote on-fielding Yelan are really more quick swap teams than on-field Yelan teams. So I don't think they need to be included here. But obviously if you're playing a Yelan Hyperbloom team, she's not reliant on Farina at all. What's the point of on-fielding Yelan? It's less about on-fielding Yelan and more about being able to actually swap into Yelan to E twice per rotation. In order to be able to swap into Yelan twice per rotation, you need to effectively be playing other units that don't need to stay on field for that long. And when you do that, most of the time, the unit that benefits the most from being the one that's on field is Yelan. And then additional benefits you get is obviously she benefits from her own damage bonus. And she can use Maréchaussée. Next is Hazo. They're fine. They're okay. They're okay-ish business. But Hazo has like a similar issue to Ning, where he doesn't have enough damage that Farina's damage percent buff is necessarily going to be that much better than other off-field units that deal damage but don't give buffs. But then on top of that, Hazo also has some more teams where he can be useful as an on-fielder, even if you're not building the team around his damage. And I think these are also important to mention, right? If you're talking about the Hazo national teams, Hazo taser teams, Hazo aggravate teams. Yeah. Next, Technari. Technari probably goes here. He's got some pretty solid Farina teams, but they're not really his best teams. I'm actually kind of curious to see what the database on GC Sim has for Technari teams. I haven't looked at too many Technari Sims. That's kind of a scuffed ass team. Scuffed ass team. Scuffed ass team. Scuffed ass team. I guess that's like fair. Do you have anything that isn't? What the hell is this, dude? Okay, that's not that scuffed. I guess. Okay. Okay. Ain't no way that's Fav flop Raiden. That's crazy. Instructor Technari. Okay, I mean, dude, that's kind of fucked, isn't it? That's a little rude, don't you think? Okay, so this is the sort of team. Yeah. It's the highest C0 sim I've seen so far. Makes sense. But it's also kind of fake. Not that far ahead of this. Okay, this kind of lines up with what I was expecting. Okay. I'm actually kind of curious. This is the only one they have. Anyways, next, Dory. Yeah, Dory goes here. The only reason to play Dory carry is because of Farina. Dory carry's numbers are kind of whatever, but they're not that bad. And Dendro carries are a bit less, or Dendro teen carries are a bit less reliant on their own personal numbers as long as you have decent app. And Dory is an actual healer. C6 Dory is also one of the most potent healers in the game, if not the most potent healer in the game. She heals an insane amount. So you stack Farina Fanfare really, really quickly. And yeah, the biggest upside that she has is that you get to replace a healer for a damage dealer, right? You'll play Dory in teams similar to teams where you would otherwise be playing Sino. But instead of having to run Baiju or Kuki for healing, you get to run Fischl. Which is a pretty big fucking deal, actually. If you don't have Farina, then she's just outright worse than Sino. It's just, yeah, it's not it. So she's definitely very reliant on him. On her. Sino, Sino goes here. He has some strong Farina teams, but Sino has like so many different teams that perform similarly to one another. And so few of them use Farina that I think he should be here. They're still strong teams, but he just has too many different options. Nilo! Nilo isn't the best with Farina. You just can't really justify it very easily. It works, but other Hydros are just better. But it does work, so I guess it should be here. Sure. Wanderer. The biggest issue with Wanderer is that his Farina teams tend to not have shielders. And his teams with shielders tend to not be able to slot in Farina. Now, when it comes to just damage, Farina is going to be his best team. But I don't really know if that's enough to say that he needs Farina. I don't think so. Right? Because if you're using, like, Farazan is too good not to use. Right? So you only have 2 slots available. If you're using Farina, it means you need to be able to cover healing and resistance to interruption if you want to get that in one slot. You could use, like, Baiju, I guess, but, like, ugh. Baiju doesn't do anything other than healing and resistance to interruption, which is usually not what you want from a character slot. So most people will end up preferring playing something like Bennett Lanyan or Bennett Toma. Instead of Farina. But the Farina teams are still quite good. It's just you generally won't be playing them with a shielder, which is going to make them a lot harder to play. But I think he still makes it here. I'll hide them! I think I'll hide them is here. The biggest issue with Farina and Alhaitham teams is that you won't get that much fanfare because the only healer you can actually properly use in those teams is Kuki, and Kuki's fanfare generation isn't the best. And he really doesn't gain that much from using Farina over the other options. And Alhaitham is a character that really feels awful without resistance or interruption a lot of the time. Why not Baiju? Because then that means you're not playing Nahida. Anyways, Farina's still good at his teams, and it's generally gonna be his best teams in terms of just outright damage. But if what you're looking for is a carry with just outright damage, Alhaitham isn't the one you should be going for. Alhaitham is a carry where a lot of his value comes from the comfort of his teams, and sacrificing that for a little bit more damage isn't something I consider to be all that ideal. So I'd prefer running his teams that have more defensive utility and comfort, because they're still more than strong enough to clear in time. But yeah. The Farina teams are still part of his best teams, but they're not, like, far and away the best. Unlike the characters in here. Linny. Linny goes here as well. The thing with Linny is, like, he doesn't have a single amazing team. He just has a lot of fine teams. Pretty much all of the teams you can play with Linny have some form of anti-synergy with him. Like, the one team where you don't really have anti-synergy is probably, like, Overload with Raiden. But then you still don't have a shielder in that team, so it's kind of cringe. And it's not that strong compared to the other teams. But his Farina teams are pretty strong. They are certainly pretty strong. Lynette? I mean, she's kind of just the same thing as Hazo. Honestly. I don't think there's anything we really need to say. Let me know. I suppose goes here. Like, in reality, Vremina's best team is Bennett, Shannon, and Citlali. But I said that we were only going to be talking about those Shannon teams with characters that are only there to plunge with C6 Bennett for Deluxe. So that's not what I'm talking about right now. Right now we're talking about physical Freminet teams. And he's a bit more reliant on Farina than Ella is because he gains stats from triggering Shatter, so you have a higher incentive to use Hydro units. But you don't even necessarily need to. So it's like, it is what it is. Next is Neuvillette. And honestly, I'm not sure if Neuvillette goes here. Because I'd say for, like, the average player, he does. But if you really like Neuvillette and you want to get the best out of him, his vape teams are also really strong. So you could actually make an argument for him being here. But I think that for most people, he's going to be here. Risley probably goes here now. I think pre-Shilonen, I would have had him here. Shiloden has made his non-Farina teams much stronger and much easier to play. Yeah, he goes here. He's okay-ish business. Navia. Yeah, I think Navia goes here as well. Obviously, Farina's good in Navia teams. But even pre-Malika, the Farina teams performed pretty similarly to the Xiangling teams. As it turns out, as much as you don't want to build your team around a resonance, a synergistic team that has a resonance, that's a pretty big deal compared to one that doesn't, right? Power resonance in Navia teams is a bunch of free stats that makes up a little bit for units with slightly lower synergy. Which is part of why the Xiangling teams are honestly about as good as the Farina teams. But, yeah, it is what it is. Gumming! Gumming is, like, very... He's definitely better in teams with Siglali than he is in teams with Farina. But the teams with Farina tend to be easier to play. So I think I'll have him here. Arlecchino. If you're playing Arlecchino in a Farina team, you're effectively playing Farina as a Hydro Applier and nothing else. Right? She's not getting you any fucking fanfare. The reality, though, is that that's still something you can do if you really want to. Because generally, in Arlecchino team, the unit that is gating your rotation length is going to be your last unit, right? Your Bennett and your Buffer have 15-second cooldown. Arlecchino can't really do rotations faster than 16-ish seconds. And so the unit that decides the length of your rotation tends to be whatever the last unit is. And so if that unit is, if that unit is a character whose burst you don't care about using, like Farina in those teams, then you can actually do 16-second rotations. The thing is, you can also do 16-second rotations if the last unit you're using is one that lines up well with 16-second rotations. Like Kaya or Candace. And then on top of that, well, you can't be healed, which means you're going to be stuck at 50% HP, which means you're a lot squishier. So, Farina's not good in Arlecchino teams, but I also don't think she's necessarily as bad as people think. Like, Arlecchino Farina works, sure as fuck works a lot better than Arlecchino, than Child Farina. I'll put it here. It's, like, fine. The synergy's really awful, but it doesn't really matter that much. But I guess Child is kind of just a fucking outlier, so maybe she still makes it here. Like, compared to these two, it's a lot worse, for sure. Alright, Klein! Klein goes here. She has some teams that use Farina, but they're not her best teams. You don't really use Farina in... well, obviously you don't use her in her Chevaleur's teams. You don't use her in her Aggravate teams. You can use her in her Taser teams, but you don't even have to. And you use Clementine in her Quick Bloom teams. Or sorry, you use Farina in her Quick Bloom teams. Like, it's alright. Next up, Sijuin. Obviously. Same shit as Farina, same shit as Kokomi. Next up, Molani. I think Molani goes here. Farina doesn't have great synergy with Molani. But even without great synergy, even with just okay synergy, it's still fine. Farina can steal vapes, but even if she does steal vapes, the teams are like not that bad. And if she doesn't steal vapes, the teams are great. Next up is Kinich. Farina's actually pretty solid in Kinich teams, but the Farina Kinich teams don't tend to be his best. So I think he goes in here as well. Chaska, pre-Seatlali really wanted Farina. Seatlali made her a lot less reliant on Farina. But there's still some of her good teams, so I think she goes here. Mawika. I'm a big Farina Mawika hater. Farina and Mawika teams just doesn't tend to be that great. You have to either accept that you only E once every other rotation and lose a decent amount of uptime on your thingies, and maybe even lose some vapes depending on how your setups go, and if you have to wait around a little bit at the end of a rotation. Or you have to extend your rotations by 2 seconds. And neither of those options feel that great compared to the other Hydra options you have on Mawika. And then on top of that, well, Vape Mawika is worse than Melt Mawika. And so it'll go here. You can still use it, and it's far from bad. It's hard to make a bad Mawika team, but it's not her base vape team. It's not her best vape team, and vape isn't her best archetype. So yeah, that's okay. And finally, Yumeglorp Glorp. Yumeglorp Glorp's personal damage doesn't really benefit from Farina at all. But Yumeglorp Glorp is going to be played in teams that want chain reactions, which is something Hydro's very good at. And the other Hydro units that function with her are awful. Right? Because she can't trigger Sing Sora Yulan. So her all-feeler options are like Ayato, Kokomi, Barbara, Yikers. I don't know that she's a healer, so she helps stack Fanfare a decent amount. So she's gonna go here. But yeah, so that does it for this list. So now we can go take a look at what Jamie has to say. And now that we've sorted our thoughts.
I have no idea why he plays that team. No offense, of course. Yeah, so this to absolutely consider, where I think, you know, if you play that DPS, that they're a very good duo together, so it definitely is worthwhile considering getting Farina for them. There's like the debatable tier, which it's hard to really pinpoint what debatable means, but it's kind of, we'll get into it when we discuss the different characters, but maybe there's like a lot of variables and there's a lot of factors to where it's kind of your choice if you want to think about it or not. And then there's the wouldn't tier, where probably these are for like DPSs who have just like so many different teams and so many different options that even if Farina is like one of the better ones or one of the mid ones, it's unlikely that I would really recommend going out of your way for that team. And yeah, just remember, at the end of the day, this is a medium for giving my advice. So it's not anything set in stone. I should emphasize, are you a main of these characters? Because if you're someone who has every character, then I don't think this video is for you if you're like putting every character, because then at that point you're putting every character. So how you prioritize what to pull is completely different then, and that'll be out scope for me, I guess. So the first 5-star I guess we can start off with is D-Luke. Yeah, the thing with D-Luke recently, from what I've been seeing and what I've been seeing happen in my community, is that for the few D-Luke mains out there, a lot of them have just transitioned into playing Seat Lally instead, even in Plunge. And you might be surprised with gameplay like this, because normally you would think Vaporize is more consistent than Melt, or that usually, you know, when you do like forward melt stuff, you'd have issues getting all the forward melts. But I mean look at that. And even Farina was kind of inconsistent sometimes as well. Sometimes you'd have to wait for Farina to actually apply Hydro. Yeah, but I mean the gameplay speaks for itself. Obviously this is an insane speedrunner, so the average player might not.
This is actually booking abuse. What the fuck? Doing Diluc plunge, swap to Seat Lally, normal attack, book, swap back to Diluc plunge, swap to Seat Lally, normal attack, book, swap back to Diluc plunge. Like, that's fucked up, man. You can't be doing that shit. Like, no. Like, no, dude. Booking swap cooldown for that shit is this wild.
To get gameplay like this, but it does seem overall that D-Luke mains are happy with Melt. Silali also has a shield. That is true, I guess. But yeah, like I said, plunge teams in general, they're not very casual friendly. And the same thing goes for D-Luke in general. I guess D-Luke in general, if you're like a D-Luke main, you're probably not likely to be a casual player as well. So it's hard to really cover all my bases here. But I think it's quite reasonable to say Farina's kind of been replaced for D-Luke plunge teams. But I wouldn't put him in I would put him in it wouldn't has many teams. Because you could.
Yeah, I guess if you are doing Diluc speedruns like that, you have Xianyan Sig, so her ER requirements are like a lot more manageable. And if you are booking Seat Lally's ER requirements are manageable. So Bennett's the only energy bottleneck. And it won't be that bad if you're actually killing the enemies that fast.
You can still play Farina, for sure. You don't have to jump to the latest bandwagon, which is Seat Lally Melt. But he has enough options. So let me brush your teeth is asking, is Seat Lally an upgrade over Farina in Vape Plunge comps? Well, the thing with Vape Plunge comps is that people were only really playing 2 of them. Okay, sometimes, but for the most part, the Pyro Plunge was D-Luke and Garming. So in regards to both of those guys, yeah. I mean, the thing with Garming is that a lot of people weren't really playing him with Farina anyway. So Garming's gone from playing like the 4-star melt team to like the melt teams with Seat Lally now. So it's Farina's not really in comparison there either. Oh, I would say, to be fair, like if you're a D-Luke main now, the one thing to consider is that Seat Lally just ran. So if you're a D-Luke main and you missed Seat Lally, then Farina is running now or is running next. So that would
that's
be
fair.
something where you'd have a debate or you might want to actually consider it, because I mean, you know how it's been with cryo characters. Like some of these cryo characters just don't rerun. So I don't think we really need to talk about this, do we? Should go and no. Kuching has had some changes recently. Not huge changes, but because of the way the last few abysses have been, where they grief Kazuha, basically, there's a lot of Kazuha griefings that's been happening. There is quite a few people playing Shilonen instead, but this is nothing to do with Farina. There is no changes. Klee. Now this is an interesting discussion, because a lot of people ask me for the theory crafting around Klee, and I guess my experience with Klee is this 74-minute guide, along with probably hundreds of other bits of theory crafting. Anyway, the thing with Klee is that I probably would say this is still like the best team for her, but there are a lot of options. Like I actually do like playing Seat Lally. Where is it? Because Seat Lally gives you a shield. Hey, she doesn't do that much damage, but she gives you the shield, which is quite nice, and she still has all the shred and stuff. Like, I like this team as well. But the thing with Farina, and it can never not be emphasized enough, is unless you have Farina constellations, the main benefit of Farina is not actually her damage. And it's never actually been her damage. We've done a lot of calculations and stuff. The main advantage Farina has for Klee is not her damage, it's the fact that it gives Klee an actual artifact set. So you go from a mixed set to a 4-piece Marechaussee Hunter set. Yeah, a lot of characters are like this, but for
why
Klee,
does he only have 25 Marechaussee Hunter pieces? What the hell?
Put in my calcs, 18
Jamie?
to 20% DPS increase, which is maybe 9 to 10
What?
substats. Which, I mean, if you've been
400
farming for a while,
Whimsy? Dude,
you
that's
know
crazy.
that like an 8, 9, 10 substat increase
Holy.
is ridiculously high. That is like more than one entire artifact. And that is actually the main thing that gives Farina the advantage compared to the other teams. Whereas, like, if you have Farina Constellations, then her personal damage can start ramping up a lot. Whereas, for example, if you're playing like Seat Lally or something, yeah, you get the scroll set, which is quite nice, but your Klee is not getting that artifact set buff. Klee has Overload. Honestly, I'm not a big fan of Klee Overload. The thing is when you play Klee without Kazuha, you're always running into the chance that you're not actually getting maximum damage from her. Because without Kazuha, you have no control over
It's not just that, it's also that, like, Overload teams that use an Electro unit other than Fischl tend to be, like, kind of worse. And, without a lot of Fischl A4 procs, not only do you lose a bit of Fischl damage from the A4 itself, although, wait, this is kind of... Huh. Isn't this lower than it should be? I feel like it is. I feel like something's wrong here. Whatever. But you're also losing a lot of overload damage because you're triggering a lot less overloads. Yeah, Fischl is the trigger in this something's wrong here for sure. Is Fischl the trigger in this one? He still kind of is. Huh. Anyways, Klee's power up is so fast that she kind of has more, that she becomes aura instead of trigger, so you don't get as much damage from official. And then obviously, Klee doesn't have a good artifact set, so the difference between using Farina and not is also bigger.
Jumpy Dumpty, and then you have no control over the mines. You can still hit all the mines with other characters, but just a general consistency is a massive issue. Look, with that, you're pulling Jumpy Dumpty back, which means the mines at a base are a lot tighter, and on top of that, you can group them in and make them tighter. So that's one of the strengths of this team. I mean, technically that would also be a strength of like this team as well. If you're doing this, it's like almost RNG. Because look how much further Jumpy Dumpty is now. Look at that mine. Whereas with Kazuha, it was like right next to you. Now this one is like all the way in like Africa. There is burning teams, and one of the advantage of burning teams is similar to the Farina thing. You could upgrade Klee from a mixed set to Unfinished Reverie, which is also a big upgrade. Not having Farina in this team is just that you just don't get as much benefit from Emily as you do with Farina. So Farina's giving like the buffs and decent damage. Emily has a decent damage, but she's not giving you buffs. So that's kind of why a lot of the only real burning teams people play are Kinich teams, I guess. I still think if you're a Klee main, I think because their synergy is so good, it still is an absolutely consider. It's just not like I'm never gonna say 100% get Farina for Klee because that doesn't make sense. But absolutely consider, yeah, I think you should absolutely consider getting Farina if you're a Klee main. Honestly, I'm only going to focus this video on like the characters I play a lot, so I'm not even going to include Xiao. Okay, Hu Tao. As always, the most important thing with Hu Tao, the most important question is, do you have C1 already? I know it's controversial because a lot of people don't like promoting constellations or don't like saying a character needs constellations, but I think when it comes to like thinking about pulling supports, you do need to talk about stuff like this because, I mean, if you're considering pulling something to improve your main,
does it really matter that much?
Main, I think a C1 is still something you should get before you consider any support, really. Hu Tao's been released for how many years now? Like 4 years now, so I feel like it's a topic that's been discussed.
Like, would her reliance on Farina be different at C1 and versus at C0? Like, obviously C1 is better than C0, but like, yeah, that's not what we're talking about here.
Discussed too much at this point, but yeah, basically C1, you get damage and you get quality of life, makes her feel more nicer to play. I have played so many Hu Tao accounts at this point, including my own, but like, I don't know, maybe 50 of my viewers' accounts at this point. And the amount of accounts that I log into and they're struggling with content and they play Hu Tao and they have a C0 Hu Tao, there is, I'm not lying, when there is a very strong correlation between someone not enjoying Hu Tao or not having success with Hu Tao and their Hu Tao is C0. That's just the reality. I don't think at this point in 2025 it's controversial to say. But having said that, now that the C1 discussion is out of the way, how good is Farina for Hu Tao? I think, honestly, at this point, she is quite good. There's a lot of different Hu Tao teams that people are playing these days. There's a team like this, but also a lot of people have always liked Shields with Hu Tao. So Seat Lali is very popular these days. Basically, Seat Lali is a more modern version of Zhongli. So almost anywhere you play Zhongli, you can play Seat Lali, and Hu Tao is no exception. You can play Farina and Seat Lali together. It is a bit copium, but
why does Jamie not like Xianyan Hu Tao? Because Jamie's a C1 Hu Tao simp. Xianyan is a lot worse if you have C1. And a lot of Hu Tao players have C1.
You can give Prototype Amber on Seat Lali, and she can give a bit of healing for your team. And also, I think one discussion that happens a lot, which I think is very relevant, is that, I mean, because this is a Farina rerun, is that I guess it is worthwhile factoring in constellations. And I think the thing with Hu Tao is that, you know, a lot of people are trying to get good gameplay with the Hu Tao. And Hu Tao basically she caps out at C1. You can get Star for Homer as well, but compared with a lot of newer characters, she doesn't really have a lot of internal growth. So like for example, if you look at teams without Farina, like for example this team,
Chivalry will never die.
there isn't really much outside of, you know, a few Yelan constellations or stuff like that. If you look at the old VV Vape teams, I was talking about earlier in my stream actually, there isn't that much growth in this team either, aside from maybe getting C1 or C2 on Yelan. And that's one of the reasons why I think like the VV Vape teams are kind of outdated finally at this point, is because a lot of the newer stuff that you can do with like Farina, Shilonen, or like Seat Lali, Farina especially, like if you're gonna invest into your Hu Tao teams, get some constellations, like after you got like the C1 and stuff.
I wonder how good Lanyan is for VV Vape Hu Tao. Should be pretty solid, but in order to do some testing on it, we have to gear. We'll use the EM Sense. We'll have to use this, yeah. I guess we don't have to use it, actually. Nice. That's not it. I suppose this is alright. It's kind of scuffed, though. This is probably going to be better. Okay, how do I want to do this setup? I guess...
Gotcha. Everybody stand back. Let's light it. Here comes the couch. Quietly now. I'm going in. Up and away.
Fuck. I hate playing Yelan, man. I guess I'll do N1C. Oh, the muscle memory for N1C, though. Fuck.
Let's light it up. Hands up. Everybody stand back. Gotcha.
This is bad.
Busted.
What do I do?
I'm going in. Here comes the couch.
What?
Gotcha.
Okay, how the fuck am I supposed to do this setup for this? I guess I'm better off just not swirling pyro in the first wave, I think. Or maybe...
Busted. Everybody stand back. Huh? Closing in. Dancing in the wind. Higher, higher, hands on fire. Let's light it up.
Oh, really?
Huh? Here comes the challenge. Quiet now. Teamwork is dreamwork.
Okay, dude.
Busted. Things are about to get dicey. Going in. Yeah, let them fly. Ills be gone. Let's light it up. Quiet now. Here comes the catch. Everybody stand back. Closing in. Time to go. Things are about to get dicey. Teamwork is let them fly. Let's light it up.
I hate it. I just truly fucking hate it. With a passion.
Rain outlines your face. Rain cutter. Going in. Closing in. Dancing in the wind. Higher, higher, hands on fire. Let me read you a verse. Know my soul. Body and mind. Teamwork is dreamwork. Let them fly. Witness the power of the wild. Going in. Up and away.
Did I not get my fucking VV?
Time to go.
Right, because the fucking setup doesn't work this way. I forgot. Ah, shit. That means I have to Lanyan burst, doesn't it? Oh, I see. In that case, I guess... Where is Lanyan? I guess I'll do this for now. Just want to see if the rotations work properly.
Rain cutter. Rain outlines it. Everybody stand back. Closing in. Ills be gone.
This was a fucking awful setup. Jesus Christ.
Let's light it up. Rain outlines your fate. Teamwork is dreamwork. Closing in. Time to go. No, my sword. Let me everybody stand back. Dancing in the wind.
I don't love it, honestly.
Teamwork is dreamwork. Ills be gone. Up and away. See? Higher, higher, hands on fire. Ring cutter. No, my sword. Rain outlines your fate. Go at it. Closing in. Let me lead you a bird. Everybody stand! Rain outlines your... Let them fly.
Oh, fuck. I didn't wait long enough to get the absorption. What?
Witness the power. Teamwork is dream. Dancing in the wind.
Yeah. Like, it's... whatever. Setups are hard to get with Yelan. And... if you're using Singto, there's no upside to... or the upside for using a shielder is a lot less significant. You'd probably just rather play Kazuha.
Everybody stand back. Into the wind. Witness the power of Goodbye. No, my sword. Teamwork is dreamwork. One with nature. Let me weave you a verse. No, my sword. I'm going in. The wind knows me.
Oh, I got unlucky RNG here.
Higher, higher, hands on fire.
And even then, it's about as fast of a clear. Yeah.
Everybody stand up. One with nature. Let's light it up.
Why did I do that? I don't know. No, 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 no. No! He went on the wrong side. He always starts with a fucking left one. The fuck is that all about, man? Oops, I fucked up. That's fucked up, man. That's actually fucked up. What? I definitely changed direction before I jumped, but okay. Let me go about RNG. Okay. This is a little bit frustrating. I didn't get a fucking swirl. You know what? Not getting a swirl is probably better here, because the swirl fucks my aura too much. But yeah, I don't know why the fuck my Kazuha isn't on 5. What?! How did I not get the fucking Pyro Self-Infusion? Nah, that's fucked. Frame perfect miss, honestly. Stop targeting the fucking thing, dude. Am I gonna get unlucky here? Oh, yes. That was bad. Okay. I'm gonna fucking give my Kazuha 5. So I stop running out of energy. Because it's really frustrating. Why am I playing Vive Putao, chat? Why am I doing this to myself? I don't think the game knows that I don't have Sharingan on the team, man. stamina.
Witness the power.
It is what it is, I suppose.
Silly chirp.
We can compare it to this for now. It's done.
Let the mountain's veins boil. Let my name echo in song. Here comes the catch.
Hey, buddy! Can you stop doing that shit?
Game's up. Fun's over. Gotcha. Letting brave names echo. Time to shine. Higher, higher, can't fight fire. Here comes the catch. Busted.
Yeah. How much you are is on Chilona? Not enough. I'll tell you that much. Chilona on Iron's thing? Oh. Oh.
Make way for the game's up. Fun's over. Quietly now. Time to go. Yoo-hoo! Time to shine. Skyward. Seize the skies. Things are about to get dicey. Busted. Let the world come alive! Make way! Here comes the catch. Gotcha. This isn't good.
No! You ran away! Fine. Yeah. They do feel a decent amount better, but part of that is because my artifact quality, I might as well say, is much better. It's good this round.
Strike cloud converge. Things are about to get dicey. Busted.
Okay. What's your shiny and burst level? That's a good question. 6. Hmm.
Off of Homer. Like getting Farina, getting her C1, even maybe the C2. Like these are probably like your consistently big upgrades for Hu Tao. And then stuff like that, you can combo, you can get like Yelan, and then you can get someone else. And these teams are easy to play.
Let's get this over with.
And there's a good like upgrade path.
Whatever you need.
Especially, like I said, especially in regards to Farina constellations, that these teams are just more
I don't know about
popular
this one,
now.
but yeah.
More popular now than ever. Even if you're still playing Zhongli, like if you're playing this team here, you have no healer, but that's where like Farina C1 comes in. Even the Farina C2, this lets you get away easier without having a healer. I mean, the thing is, you could put Farina in a debate for Hu Tao, purely because, I mean, I should pull this up, shouldn't I? The one downside with Farina is that in regards to Hu Tao, I think pretty much she has never had the highest usage. Now, obviously, you have to take usage rate surveys with a grain of salt, but it is worth, as always, it is worth identifying, like in regards to popularity, like what people are actually playing or what casual players are playing, because you might be in the same situation as this. And the thing is, it is worth noting that Farina's never been the most popular with Hu Tao. So you could say that's because people are playing Farina with a different teammate. You could say that. Or, I mean, you could also say that the Hu Tao has bigger priorities, like making sure you have a shield is a bigger priority. And just, honestly, do I put both Klee and Hu Tao in debatable? Yeah, I think I might move Klee down to debatable. We could do Ica next. I think Ica quite clearly goes in here, because she really does. Yeah. Farina herself is not amazing for Ica, unless you have Farina at C1 or C2. And the main thing with that is,
I don't think I'm gonna have any disagreements here.
You have to play a scuff teammate here. So if you have Farina at so
we can skip to the
next
next
slot
one.
Ica teammate for the ideal situation. I mean, she has 2 teams. You can say she has 2 teams with Ica, which are quite nice. So it is worth considering, but I wouldn't because she has many teams. But Farina is definitely a decent teammate for her, that's for sure. Okay, Raiden. Now, what has changed with Raiden? The thing is, nothing's really changed with Raiden.
True.
The Overlord teams are still like as good as we've been saying. They're still like the main teams with Raiden. Basically, playing this, unless you don't have C6 Sara. If you don't have C6 Sara, then RIP, unfortunate. I wouldn't play Sara without C6, as we always say. But this is the core, and then, you know, you can play Xiangling. You can play Bennett for maximum damage. And more recently, you can actually play Marika as well. Even though Marika doesn't give you resolve stacks, she still gives you buffs by the scroll set, and her burst buffs, which is quite nice as well. And Farina doesn't really come into the equation, I have to say. There's the thing about these Overlord teams, and I said it last time as well. I always say this every time a Raiden conversation comes up, which is that her banners are designed.
Wait, I'm actually curious. In that team, is it better to build Maoika on her normal build, or is it better to build her full EM? It's probably better to build her full EM. Because you don't even burst every rotation. So you get, what, like 15 overloads for each burst? A full EM overload is going to be hitting for like 30k? That's like 450k damage? From overloads? You can do Aquamarine too? You're so smart. Wait, that's... Holy goated. Holy.
and she is almost kind of designed as a character as well, to where she's just goated with 4 stars on her banner. Yeah, the most recent one, Chevris and Sarah, very good teammates for Raiden, has nothing to do with Farina. If I go back before then, they got in 4.3. Bennett, Sarah, Chevris. This is basically a team. You can get these characters, you get constellations of supports, maybe you get some constellations of Raiden. You're good to go again.
Hey, we can skip to the next
to
one.
have
Like,
Farina.
yeah.
I think Farina for Raiden is one of those things where you could try it out if you just happen to have both those characters, but there's no real reason to go out of your way for it. Next one, Kokomi. Yeah, Kokomi is interesting because you could be a Kokomi main, and I know a lot of Kokomi mains. I've done a lot of like Kokomi theory crafting and videos, so I'm sure a lot of Kokomi mains are watching this video and have been watching my videos. And the thing with Kokomi is that she has different playstyles, which may or may not use Farina. Now, I would say actually both playstyles, or both her most popular playstyles, are either a bloom thing here or like a mono hydro team like this. There are like other things that people could play, but I would say in general, Kokomi mains are likely to play one of those two things. And the thing with the mono hydro is that Farina is massive for this team because Kokomi is a healer and Farina scales with healing, and they're also both hydro, and Kokomi lets your Farina do more damage.
Again,
as
there's
well.
not that much to
Farina
say about
lets
this.
Kokomi do more damage, a lot more. Ninu. Okay, Ninu is a similar topic to Kokomi. The thing with Ninu.
Also,
maybe
Nilo,
just
I
wanna-
don't really have any.
Yeah. Okay, someone brought up that somehow we forgot Ganyu. And Ganyu, we need to say much anyway. Ganyu, we're going no. As I always say,
Buddy.
get into Neuvillette. Now this one's interesting.
I'm curious where he's gonna put
The
Nivida.
thing with Neuvillette is I did make a video not too long ago about how you could say Farina is one of the biggest, if not the potential #1 draft pick for upgrading your Neuvillette. But that video was technically released before Lali and Marika came out, and although I do still think like this is the premium team, this is the best team overall for him, as long as you can play without shield, of course, or if you have Neuvillette C1.
Not even sub to Jamie?
There is a lot of people messing
am
around
sub.
with these
What do you mean?
new characters, like chucking Lali in somewhere,
Leave me alone.
chucking Marika in somewhere, this, or maybe even doing this, or maybe even
I'm never
doing
late.
this, or I guess maybe even doing something like this. I guess, I don't know. As always, take this whole usage rate service off with a grain of salt, but as you can see, despite all that messing around, a lot of Farina teams still remain its most popular ones. Now, that might be because if you don't play Shilona with Neuvillette, you can play both teams at the same time. So yeah, I do think something very important to factor in is, like, for example, if you're playing these two characters, the good thing about playing Farina and probably like playing Kazuha is that you are not taking away from Marika's teammates. Even if you would like to play Shilonen here like that,
That is true.
you'd probably rather play Shilonen here. So I think that is something that maybe could skew usage rate survey stuff, but it is nice to know because this might be your account as well. You might not even have Marika, you might have like Arlecchino or play some other Bennett. Because you have to remember, the top thing here is absolutely consider. Is there a universe where you guys don't think you should absolutely consider getting Farina if you're a Neuvillette main? Because I still think, despite everything, you still would always consider getting Farina. At the very least, you would always consider getting Farina, even if there's a bunch of other teams. And even if like Neuvillette C1 is a nice upgrade, I still think you would always consider Farina. Even if like you could argue, like I put in my other video, you could argue Neuvillette C1 is potential #1 here, especially if you already have another Hydro character. Farina is still strong enough with Neuvillette to always be a consideration at the very least. This tier here isn't like you have to get Farina for sure. Okay, next character, Navia. Now, what has changed with Navia recently? I would say whilst there was some small hype with plunge teams, like something like Navia, Chiori, Farina, and then Shenyun, I would say that two recent additions of firstly Shilonen and then Marika have sort of made the whole plunge thing less of a topic. It's a lot more quiet now. The good news is Farina can still fit into this slot. You know, people are playing Farina here before, and then people are playing Farina there, and people are playing Farina there. Now the thing is, people were also playing Xiangling here before, then Xiangling here, then Xiangling there, and then now people are playing Marika here as well. So the thing is, obviously, as you can see, Navia just has way too many teams. And it's worth saying, to be honest, it's hard to say Farina is best in slot. I mean, if you guys have been following my channel, like,
Yeah, Farina just has two. Or sorry, Navia just has too many teams.
I don't think there's any point in saying, oh, must pull. Okay, we're up to Chlorand now. So how has Chlorand changed? The thing is,
He's probably
yeah,
gonna
so
be
I remember when
pretty low, yeah.
you wouldn't
And
play
no.
Farina there either, would you?
Yeah, I mean that's
Or
fine.
Farina. Okay, Mualani. Now we're entering the Natlan. Mualani is one of my favorite characters recently. I play her like almost every day. I've done a lot of speed runs, a lot of overworld exploration. I play Mualani a lot. She is one of those newer characters where she works so well with so many different teammates. She really is not reliant on any one teammate in particular. The closest you could ever come to that is the closest you can come is saying that for either Xiangling or Shilonen. But even then, you know, there was plenty of replacements for Shilonen before she released. Maybe something like this, for example. And then with Xiangling, you know, you could also play Marika now as well. So the reason why I'm bringing that up is because not only that, not only is she not relying on any teammate, but also she's in the era of hypercarry Natlan characters where if all you care about is maximizing the damage on your carry, like your Mualani, there is basically no teammate that is going to be bigger upgrades than like getting her Constellation play Farina.
That's where I would put
It's just not something that you have to go for gameplay wise. I think this might be a trend with a lot of the recent characters where there is just so much other things to go for. Similar story with Kinich.
For Kinich, yeah, it's kind of like whatever.
Yeah, he has his core. So yeah, TLDR, there's just so many other things.
Yeah, that makes
you
sense.
can invest in, but if you don't have that many options,
Where is he gonna put Mawika?
Hoyo wanted you to bust out the wallet. In that case, then they give you a patch to stock up, save your in Twitch
That makes
chat
sense.
or YouTube.
Okay, business. Okay, business. Anyways, chat, we'll do a little bit more of this, and then I think that's gonna be it. Who do I want to play today, chat? Are we actually doing a proper Yoimiya clear? I'm kind of down. And then second side, let's play Arlecchino. Oh no, she's not properly geared, is she? Okay, never mind, I won't be playing Arlecchino. Let's do someone else. Alright, meh, I don't wanna. I'm not doing Chloride Superconductor, you know, what the fuck is wrong with you? Overload Mawika? I could. I don't play it very often. No, I don't wanna. I know what I wanna do though, actually. Wait, where's Chloride? Yeah. Alright. What was the rotation again? I don't remember. We'll figure it out.
Teamwork is dreamwork. Closing in. Kills be gone.
Oops. Ah! That was bad. What the fuck is wrong with me? Also, Vapes mod check.
Everybody stand back. Let them fly. Fuse is lit. Up and away. Fire hazard.
That's with the floor buff. Yeah, but my Yoimiya build is kind of whatever. So you can... My build is about as good as a properly built Yoimiya without the buff.
Hunt them down.
As you wish, me.
Into the shadows.
Get them! Drop your weapons! You asked for
Time to testify. Ready.
Wings of Dark! Nice and spicy! Final warning!
Into the shadows.
That's not what I wanted to do. I didn't mean to press E.
Loading.
I don't have enough ER on my Shineling. I need Ketane so bad, dude.
Strike a pose! Let my name echoes! Go in! Let's light it up! Dancing in the wind! Let them fly! Fuse is lit! A festive reprise! Shower me with praise! Let the world come on! Everybody stand back! Swift is the swan! Up and away! Fire hazard! Time to shine! Going in! Let's light it up! Closing in! Fuse is lit!
That's not very good.
Everybody stand back! Let's
That's...
Ills be gone!
That's real bad. I didn't get a fucking pyro swirl. Did my E just fucking miss?
Time to shine! Going in! Closing in!
I didn't get a pyro swirl again. Bro, the fact we can't even fucking one-rotate the first wave is so fucking awful. Like, it's actually so bad.
Everybody stand back! Swift is the swan! Let them fly!
I didn't get a fucking swirl.
Fuse is lit! Here comes the fireworks! Yoo-hoo! Let my name echo in the sun! Going in! Let's light it up! Up and away!
did that fucking hit me? Oh no. Wait, what? Nice swirl, loser. I give up, dude. Game it feels way too fucking awful to play, man. This is why you should have played Superconduct Terrain. That wasn't the side we were struggling with. It's just, man. It's this wave that really fucks you up. Like, these enemies are just a little bit too tanky to be properly one-rotatable unless you have, like, an incredibly well-built Yoimiya. And then you kill them with literally one Arlecchino normal attack. Where is... Okay, I pressed Q, fuck you. Alright, let's fucking take a look at what happens now.
Going in. Stand clear. Animal test. Get to work. Lolling. Eat papa.
And that's the difference between Yuumi and Arlecchino.
Everybody stand. Show no mercy. Suffer the
Fuck. I fucked that up real bad.
overrule. Let's light it up. Get to work.
That's fine. Does Yuumi and all work with Citlali? You'll melt at the start, but you can't melt for the whole thing. At least I haven't found a setup that works.
Drop your weapons. Evil looks. Shoot on sight.
Okay, dude.
Wings of darkness. Into the shadows. Stop right. Nice and slick. By royal decree. Ready. Justice will prevail.
Midnight Venta.
Hunt them down. Get them! Drop your weapon. Oz reveal. Loaded.
Alright. That works fine.
Absorption test. Show no mercy. You too. Laid bare. I'm going in. Get to work. Suffer the wrath.
Yeah. Not bad.
By royal, nice and spicy. Hands where I can see 'em. Eat this. Evil looks. Shoot on sight. Midnight then. Into the shadows. Get them. Stop right there.
As you wish.
You're toast. Hunt them down. Justice will prevail. Out of the frying pan. Midnight fantastic. Final warning. Evil looks. Shoot on sight. I summon. You asked for it. To Queens of Dark. Silva, get them. Time to test the ball.
Okay. I like playing this client team. EM Shineling is just fun, man. It's just so fun. Anyways, that's gonna be it for today, I think, chat. I hope you all enjoyed your stay. Hope you had a pleasant time today. Honestly, I don't want to raid anyone today. I think I'll just see you guys tomorrow.